Hello everybody, and welcome back to the Archive, where we once again return with Final Fantasy XIV, where, unlike last time, where we had to get rudely interrupted and be off because of DDoSing, we're going to finish up post-Stormblood today. We're going to finish up the Alliance Raid series, get that all sorted up and out of the way, and that's about it. We're going to be relatively short tonight. We're just worried about finishing Return to Ivalice. And tomorrow we'll do a full stream, at least 3.5 hours of the start of Shadowbringers, assuming that everything goes according to plan. So, I don't want to waste any time because, as I said, I want to get this done quickly so we can do a shorter stream so we can get on tomorrow and do a long stream, starting Shadowbringers. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. R-Wing, as always. The bits are always appreciated. Okay, shut up, alright? I forgot about it, to be honest with you. It's just sitting there. I completely forgot. I had much bigger things to worry about last night, trust me. Working alone on a Tuesday never really gives you much time to do much else. Okay. Well, while we're waiting for this queue... Wow! 18 fucking minutes! Even now! Okay, well, that's unfortunate. Hopefully we're not here for too long waiting for this to do its thing. Hopefully. Portraits are working. Let's keep working on map teleportation. Not that tab. Garabania. We've got all of Garabania. We've, obviously Hingashi is not really a zone that we need to worry about. Oh, right. We can't actually do any more progress on that, purely due to the fact that that requires a dungeon run, which we don't have access to. Sure, I could do the dungeon first, but I don't think that's a smart idea. So the question is, what the fuck am I gonna do in the meantime? I guess I could give Reaper a bit more practice. Let's see, what's the best place I can think of that's got some training dummies? Blackbrush? No, not Blackbrush. We want Drybo. Yeah, hopefully this queue doesn't actually take 18 minutes. I'd rather not be sitting here waiting around for fucking 40 minutes as I wait for queues like last time. I already had to wait 40 minutes last time. I mean, the easiest thing I could probably do to kill time is do Fates with Black Mage. I don't think this was the right map. This was not the right map. Central? No, not Central. Western? Western, that's it. Horizon. Yeah, if I swap over to Black Mage and do Fates, I can make progress on, I can make light progress on my weapon, even if it gives me very minuscule amounts every time. Progress is progress. Actually, I have an idea of what I could be doing other than this, and that's the Scholasticate questline, which I haven't completed up to this point. Yeah, we'll do that, if this takes a while. But for now, let me reacquaint myself with Reaper here, because I need to learn this job before stream tomorrow, because we are starting this tomorrow. So, I don't think... these are all just standard melee hits, if I remember. It's only these which have directions. Which it's flank... and that's just an AoE variant. Alright. I mean, there's no way I'm gonna, like, 100% learn this job tonight. Especially for just training dummy practice and shit. I'm better off going and just finding those side quests. There's got to be a way to break aggro on training dummies other than just getting really far away. Let's contact the ninja. Let's look up the Scholastica quests. Scholastica. We already did keeping the ledger, if I'm correct. Which means we start with contradiction, convictions, and it is in the pillars. So teleport to foundation. Gotta find some way to kill time. Especially if... we only need to do 2 of these. As long as it's cooperative, and maybe the first one takes a while and the second one doesn't, that's perfectly fine. We just need to get there. Alright. We need the pillars, so we need up here, up to... let's just go to Vigil. It's the center one. I assume it's over either in the, one of the buildings or it's somewhere else. Contradictions, convictions. Yeah, it's in Jeweled Crozier. The other reason I wanted to get this out of the way is because it does have some glamour items that I may or may not use. Ah, my dear miss, how fare you these days? Can't say business has been well myself. As you are aware, the church is in a bit of turmoil, and it's taking a toll on my profits. Unrest is understandable, yet there are many who are using the confusion to take their anger out on my best customers. Now, I'm not one to get mixed up in politics, but the students of the Scholastica pay good gill for tomes and feathered quills. One made a request that I want to oblige in order to keep the coin flowing. On behalf of her peers, she told me some disagreeable folk have been following seminarians back to the cathedral, hurling all manner of insults. Easily singled out by their uniforms, they don't feel comfortable walking out in the open these days, and that includes around the Crozier. If you're inclined to keep an eye out for those who would try to harass the students, I'd ask you to make a round near the road to St. Raymanu... I don't know how to fucking pronounce that. Cathedral. If you see anyone starting trouble... Oh, thank fuck. Let's go. Save me time. I will gladly put this off further. I haven't technically accepted this quest yet. Generous queue time is generous. Now we get to do some actual fucking action. The Ridorana Lighthouse. So the first alliance raid in this series was pretty simple. I wonder if this will stay that way, if we'll start throwing in more complex mechanics. fuck that up. Alright, I've got Trick back up. Alright, this thing really wants my ass. Is it really following me? Okay, I thought it was following me for a second. Ah, it was following me for that moment. Okay, not really sure what happened there, but we'll take it. That... Frick. Okay, come on. Oh, I accidentally clicked an ally. Whew. These fights are like crazy battle of attritions and fucking alliance raids, clearly. Whew. I'm in C. Okay. I wasn't even paying attention to which one I was. Oh, somebody left. That's not good. Holy fuck, this place is massive. Okay, this isn't too bad. Just need to space out killing the group so you don't take all of the damage at once. Alright, boss 2. Okay, I see. So, should... Oh. I said should... I was about to say should be safe. None of those are attached to me. Okay, come on, we're doing fine. Okay, that was a little scary, but we made it, we made it. Q-E-R. Okay, this one... Oh, that I understand how that's supposed to work. Okay, that's kind of neat. Come on, we're so close. All right. Pass. You know, I should probably be checking for Reaper equipment, although it's not going to matter really, because I'm pretty sure my Reaper equipment that I currently have is just better than anything I'm going to get from these level 70 dungeons. Or level 70 things. Oh no, well, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Oh god, is this math boss? Is this the dreaded math boss I've heard so much about? Oh lord, this is going to be fun. I'm gonna save mantras. Okay. Oh, the Clockwork City of Goog. And it's actually kind of funny that I ended up finishing this week instead of last week, given that FF Tactics, the Evilists, I believe the game this is based on, didn't the remake come out like 2 days ago or something? So it kind of actually worked out perfectly. I don't know what this is. Oh no. Oh, come on. Come back so I don't lose this. Oh, fuck. That was scary. Okay. Okay, I did notice what was going on there. Oh, wait. My bad. Except... I'm knocking shit over. Seven vitals to multiples of 3. I think I got it wrong. Yeah, I got it wrong. Multiples of 4? Nope. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, that's pretty fucking cool, though. Okay. Back through, back through. Okay. Wait a minute. I think I know how this is supposed to work. Variables to primes. There would be 2 prime numbers in one, or 3 prime numbers in 1 and 5. Or, nope, I was right. The first time, I think that's what it was aiming for. I don't actually know. Divide by 3. You can only divide by 3 once to 5? Okay, okay, I'm getting the math. Damn. What the fuck was that effect that just rezzed me? I have no idea. I mean, I'll take it, don't get me wrong, but jeez. Nope, we're going into the last area. Let's do this. Ugh, I forgot about your weird pulsing arm, bro.
Have I waited for this moment, Garlean swine?
Bro, you good?
Come! The blood of my fallen brothers feeds my hate!
What the fuck is that? I mean, fucking sick. But goddamn. Okay, well. Well, it's a good thing that sticking to the backside of an enemy is kind of what I'm supposed to be doing anyway, so I'll take it. Nope. Damn. Ooh, that's rough. Alright. Fair enough.
Your suffering is not yet over. Escape this!
Okay.
Your pain is my pain. Your suffering is not yet over. Feel the wrath of my brothers!
I will admit, these bosses get cool. I understand. Okay, because I was in the air. I should have been in the negative zone. So it depends on what what kind of active he seemingly does. If he does the vortex thing, I need to be on the ground. If he does the other thing, I need to be in the air. And I'm dead again. Fuck. That's rough. That's rough. Okay. We've officially run our healers out of Swift Cast, clearly.
This is far from finished, Guardians!
Honestly, I didn't even notice that there were 2 stack markers there. It's fine though. Making it through. Yeah, so he's going to Dust Storm. So I need to be grounded. Whew! Whew, that was a struggle, but we made it.
You may have escaped me in this life, but I shall be waiting in the next.
Alright, number 2 down. The Ritorana Lighthouse complete. Giving it to the healers who had to spend like all of their time keeping us alive. I'm just gonna need everything. Other than this stuff. Pass. 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 And I don't really feel like waiting for anything. So, if I didn't immediately pop, it's fine. Mother's necklace. But what is it doing here? Unless... Man, what? He's gonna be out? What a travesty. I'm so sad that this fucking gasshole kid is fucking out cold. Well, as long as he's not dead, I guess, is the important part. If he was dead, I'd feel a little bad about saying that, but, fucking out cold, he's kind of an ass. Fucker deserves it. Maybe this will be a wake-up call. Alma? Alma, are you there? I'm here, Ramza. Extraordinary. The stones are different, but the craftsmanship is identical. However, did it come to be in Bagamnan's possessions? Though they are indeed of a different shape, the stones appear to be cut from the same crystal. Oh, they are. Auracite. Auracite? And what makes you say that? Can't you feel it? You can feel it, can't you? You can feel it, can't you, Hurdy? Do you recall me telling you that Bagamnan considered the necklace special? It was special because it was entrusted to him by Prince Rassler. He was to return it to Princess Ashila upon delivering Her Highness from Nalba Fortress. A family keepsake. Of course. And each necklace, each aura site has acted as a lodestone, drawing both of our parties closer and closer to Ivalice. Indeed, Father, the aura site guides us. Ramza, are you recovered? Thank you, sister. I am well now. From what we know of the Duma and the Otis, vestiges of one's will may endure in an auracite. Could it be, then, that the desire of the former owner or creator of these necklaces was simply to Return to Evil... Title drop. Return to Evilise. But who could that have been? Ramza. Ramza Beolv? He wanted people to return to his homeland and uncover the truth behind the kingdom's founding. But then why show us Lassalia and Goog, you ask? Simple. We are being tested. The Orosite is measuring our worth, seeing if we are deserving of that truth. You say these things as if you knew them. But how could you? Nothing we've uncovered suggests anything of the kind. Are you forgetting he was knocked the fuck out by an Orosite necklace? I mean... Like... He just interacted with an Orosite necklace that knocked him the fuck out. It's not really all that complicated to say it was just, you know, the effects of the necklace. He's like reading that sort of intuition or feeling from it, right? I know you have your doubts, but I can assure you they are misplaced. For now, I must trust you to ask me, Lady Marilla. Lady Marilla, since when did you... Ramza, are you feeling quite yourself? Of course I am, sister dearest. I have never felt better. I sense a disturbance in the ether. Father, these necklaces are gifts. Gifts from the old gods who once watched over the Evacelians, or Evalisians. It is proof we have their blessings. With the necklaces and the OTs, we can finally prove. Thank you. I know not what came over me. Ramza, you must rest. Leave me be, Alma. Did I not tell you I'll be fine? Working theory is he's being possessed by whatever, but whatever will was inside the Orosite currently. That's my immediate running theory. Another adventure under our belts, huh? I'd best put pen to page before the details fade. Lassalia, and now Goog. One would think that our discovery is more than sufficient to prove the Lexan Tale's claims, at least with regard to Evalise's existence. But something tells me that until Genomus has proof that his ancestors were not the heretics the Church painted them to be, he will not rest. And then there is the curious case of Ramza. I'd almost throat one moment, all sister dearest the next. He was like a different person when he came to, yet I seem to be alone in wondering exactly what happened to him back at the lighthouse. If you ask this lady, he must have taken quite some bump to the head when he fell. Then again, it didn't take him long to turn back into his spiteful little self, so all's well that ends well. Greetings and salutations! I suppose you are wondering whether or not the good Genomus has finally determined where in the world our next adventure is to take us. The good news is, he has. The bad news, however... Now, while it might not be in my nature to be a sensationalist, sensationalism is in my job description, so please bear with me when I tell you not all is right aboard the airship Lexingale. Something about Alma has me deeply worried. I would not trust this information in the hands of my publisher, let alone some sullen gate guard. Shall we continue our conversation on the Prima Vista away from inquisitive ears? Probably smart, but I would have expected not not Alma, but Ramza to be the one acting out of the ordinary. Of course, I guess it's possible. Unless when Ramza was possessed, if that was the case, by the Aurosite, when he tried to interact with the other Aurosite, maybe he transferred it back? The question is, then, where exactly did Ramza and his fellowship journey next? Ah, to what do we owe this unexpected visit? I had not planned on summoning you for another several turns of the sun. I apologize if we caused you any worry. I suppose one cannot allow a reporter in their midst and not expect her to report what she sees. Though I did expect a tad more discretion from Miss Murila. Alma has, as of late, been experiencing difficulties with her health. Surgeons have been called upon to discern exactly what it is that ails her, but as far as they can tell, there is nothing physically wrong with my sister. The consensus is the rigors of an extended stay in a foreign land have taken their toll on her fragile heart. When did you... I don't know what's going on. Okay. Crackpot theory. Crackpot theory. I did know, obviously, if this is a whole callback to FF Tactics and the Evilist Chronicles, I assume there's two named characters, and obviously even this, even the earlier quest said so, right? That their names were inspired by heroes of Evilist, Ramza and Alma. Is it possible that the influence of those two is maybe I'm wrong, but is it possible that we're seeing not normal Ramza and Alma, but maybe the Aurosite were carrying the original's wishes? Okay, it's kind of crackpot. I know. I don't know how that would function realistically. I don't even know if Alma has in contact with the Aurosite that would have been able to transfer that will. But, I mean, we'll see, I guess. Maybe I'm reading too deeply into things. Maybe there's a lot simpler of an explanation. It is obvious you are not. You must return to your chambers and rest. Since when did Ramza so kind? And now the sudden downturn in your health? Forgive me. Perhaps we shall speak once again once I regain my strength. Until then, please look after my father. Now then, where were we? Ah, yes, the matter of our next expedition. As we discovered during our most recent foray into the Easterlands, or Esterlands, the Dolamascan capital of Rabanast seems to lie upon the ruins of what can only be this royal city of Lassalia, the ancient capital of the lost kingdom of Ivalice. Shortly after, we stumbled across the remnants of a legendary clockwork city of Goog, cleverly repurposed into a lighthouse overlooking the Reederana cataract, remnants which now sit suspended above the fathomless chasm. Lassalia, Goog, what have they in common, you ask? I shall tell you. They both appear in my ancestors' accounts of the rise of Ivalice, the Durai Papers. And with each new discovery, this forbidden chronicle is now proving Ivalician legend to be more fact than fairy tale. There is no denying the proof, and it is but a matter of time before the scholars and historians from across the realm come to the same conclusion. But as you are all aware, my aim has never been to simply prove the existence of Ivalice. No, I shall not rest until I have revealed the truth of young Ramses' role in King Delita's ascension, and cleared my ancestor Orin Durai of the false accusations made against him by the Church. Should we not see to Alma first? Kugane's Churgeons would have us believe she's in no immediate danger, and as her illness is not one of the body but of the mind. To borrow their words, her spirit is in a state of unbalance and merely requires time to right itself. Alma will be fine as long as she remains in bed. The last thing she needs is any further excitement, especially at the paws of these meddlesome mole bats. Though I must admit, both Montblancos and his brother have proven more useful than I ever would have dared imagine. When it comes to usefulness, I am first in the field. Or was it furriest in the field? Would you like to feel my fur, Kupo? And you wonder why Ramza despises you so, brother? They do all the work, and all you do is jest, Kupo. Ah, but you are mistaken, Hurdy. I bet neither you nor your brother any ill will. Any further ill will, that is. If anything, I owe you my thanks for your recent contributions. His thanks? Are you hearing what I'm hearing? What happened to the venom-spitting adder we all used to know and hate? Alma certainly seems pleased with the change, but forgive me for not buying into this all too convenient transformation. Simply showing the world that Ivalice actually existed will not validate the claims chronicled in the Durai Papers. That is correct, Father. The key lies with Ramza Beulv. If we can find evidence of his hidden role in history, it will prove Orin's testimony true and safeguard our family name from ridicule. Which is why I turn the focus of my research to Delita's forgotten companion and his actions during the War of the Lions. It was only then I discovered... I missed that line of dialogue. Fuck. Or a sight. The twisted abominations we encountered in both Lassalia and Goog, the Lusavi, they are born of these unholy crystals. While nobles of the north and the south squabbled over Ivalice's crown, Ramza silently sought to rid the world of a darker evil. Evil manifest from the deepest desires of men and women whose minds had fallen prey to the Oracite. And with each confrontation did Ramza's fellowship grow smaller, countless companions lost to a cause that would go unwritten, yet was far more important than any clash of armies. And so did they endure until reaching their final destination, the Auburn Monastery. Oh, I know this one. The Auburn Monastery is where Princess Ovelia was raised. There's a scene about this in the Zodiac Brave story. After Delita emerged victorious in this final campaign, he married the princess to legitimize his claim to the throne of Ivalice. I see someone has been paying attention. But I don't understand. Why would Ramza's crusade against the XIV take him back there? According to the Durai papers, the sinister being who engendered the Auracite was said to have slumbered beneath the monastery. But who or what would have the means to create something so powerful? Ultima, the High Seraph. Oh god, not fucking Ultima again. Oh fuck. That's not a good name. Oh god. A seraph? What's a seraph? Seraphs are believed to be, by some, to be servants of the gods. Divine beings whose only purpose is to carry out the will of their immortal masters. As to whether or not Ultima can claim this title, however, I cannot say. Just as there were those who chose to worship Ultima, fuck, and her otherworldly might, there were equally as many who feared the visitor and her deadly magics, oft referring to her as the Angel of Blood for the carnage left in her wake. Interesting. What if the spell the Warrior of Light claims to have experienced in the Praetorium, coincidentally also called Ultima, was in fact an elegant interpretation of the very magics introduced to Hydaelyn by the High Seraph? But that would mean... What would that mean? I've spoken with several colleagues back in Charlayan regarding their opinions on the ancient incantation, and while they have yet have little to show for their research, they all agree on one thing. The manner in which Ultima ethereally manifests should not be possible, at least on Hydaelyn. So it would naturally make sense if we discovered that the Elegans learned this spell from a being not of this dimensional plane. As to exactly how they convinced the being to impart that knowledge to them... Not of this plane? What manner of creature are we talking about here? Likely one similar to Omega. How long have you been listening from the shadows, my friend? Long enough. I'm here to deliver the item Makoto requested. Sid, there was no need for you to deliver it personally. A Moogle would have sufficed. A Moogle. And trust that he won't tear open the package and show it to some random adventurer? No, this was far too important. If you two do not mind, the principal was about to tell us how to find the Auburn Monastery. Would that I could. You don't know? Then what have we been doing here? At ease, Lady Marilla. The Durai papers speak of a cataract situated on the river Zerichel, several leagues southeast of Rabanast. There, supposedly, lies the monastery. Zerichel is not a name you will find on any modern Dalamascan map. Rivers, however, especially large ones as large as the Zerichel is established to be, are rare in a nation more than half claimed by the sand. The river we see can only be that which bisects Gull Moor at the Nashian border. And as for that invaluable information, we owe thanks to our brothers Moogle. Their travels have made them veritable authorities on Dalamascan geography. Wait, but earlier you claimed you didn't know the monastery's whereabouts. I am confused. Its location is not what concerns me, but perhaps the Mughals themselves should explain. Why, certainly. The verdant valley of vines and vipers is where we must voyage. Next, it is the home to the Viera, and therein lies our little problem. The one thing the Viera do not suffer is trespassers. Not even lovable Mughals, Koopa. Our glamours kept us hidden long enough to see that the jungle was teeming with ruins, much like those we've discovered in Lasali and Goog. But the Viera trackers eventually found us and took us before their elders. We barely escaped with our palms, Kupo. So that is why we are still here instead of bound for the border. There are Viera who have spurned the strict code of their tribes, abandoning their people to come and live in the cities of Dalamaska. Finding and recruiting one to our cause might provide us with insight into how to reach the Auburn Monastery ruins. Unfortunately, the nation's current turmoil has not made it easy to accomplish this task. We still require more time. Unless that's where you come in, Sid. Before boarding the shuttle here, I was stopped by a Banga on the docks. He asked me if I knew the Warrior Light, and I'd deliver her a message. I told him that he was welcome to accompany me to the Prima Vista, that he might deliver that message himself, but the man refused. Makoto, I saw this device crafted to your exact specifications and cannot guarantee that it will function as intended, seeing as I had nary a subject to test it on. Of course, Master Sid. If any trouble is met, then most likely it is my design that is to blame. Your confidence in my craftsmanship is flattering, but you sell yourself too short, my dear. Here's to your success. Good day. Okay, so somebody wants to give me a message, huh? Oh, so what's this device you've got? I sense that you're interested in the package Sid delivered. I have every intention to apprise you of its contents, but first I believe we should speak of Alma's condition. Did you not find her illness all too timely? Genomus and Ramzo would like to believe that her bouts of vertigo are not but a result of a mind fatigued, but the answer is clear. It is the auracite that plagues her. Alma recently confided in me that she would hear her father speaking with the Odious, well before even his first foray into Robber Nost. However, I do not think this is entirely true. Which is not to imply that Alma is trying to deceive us. Rather, I think she saw something that led her to believe that her father was conversing with the auracite. Moreover, I suspect it was the auracite itself that granted her this vision. You recall my hypothesis on the distinct frequency NRR-type harmonic vibrations and their tendency to promote ethereal amplification? Or when I mentioned that despite being in the principal's possession for an extended period, the Odious exhibited none of the imprinting present in the Duma? No? The Odious has never resonated with Genomus. It has always been his wife's pendant and its auracite shard, the Virgo, that fueled his passions for Evilise. Now, the Odious is bound to Alma's deepest desires, whatever those may be. The only reasons I can fathom that Alma has not fallen victim to the auracite's grasp is that her desires are not as strong as those we have witnessed in Argoth or Bagamnum, and and the ethereal interference caused by other nearby shards. I have explained all of this to Alma and recommended that she destroy the necklace, yet not only did she refuse, but she begged me to keep this a revelation from her father.
And so, I did the only thing I could. I devised a means with which I might impede or at least lessen the effects of the Odious. This device, while still incomplete, will amplify the NRR wavelengths emitted by the Virgo. This should work to interfere with those emitted by the Odious, thereby shielding Alma from the brunt of their effect. The city below is abuzz with word of a Banga brigand loitering about the airship landing. Do you think it could be someone we know, Kupo? Alright, airship landing. Apologies, but I needed to speak with you, and you alone. Oh, don't mind me, Kupo. I was just floating over here in perfect earshot. Why, you... What makes you think I won't lay you low right here, right now? Because we're here to offer you a proposition, that's what. We need information on the Golmore jungle, and thought a man as well-traveled as you might be persuaded to provide some. Golmore. You of all creatures should know that is Fiera land. What are you offering, then? Why, the opportunity to tell us what you know. Genomus believes our next adventure lies beneath the jungle canopy, Kupo. I should have expected as much. Very well. I came to ask if you would meet someone. Now it seems that someone may be able to assist Genomus as well. Seeing as you care, and the principal did right by us before, I do not see a reason as to why I cannot take both of you. Let me know when you are ready to depart for the Rabanast. We will travel in our airship. The Prima Vista would draw too much unwanted attention. Off to another distant land where we can adventure further. Let me get a good look at this place. It's supposed to be like a jungle, right? Okay, well, I was kind of expecting to get a little glimpse, but alright. Back to a life of bigandry in the clouds, are we? Of course not. Not that it didn't cross our minds. But when faced with the decision of what to do next, we needed simply to remember the dying words of our leader, Kajuk. Renok and I decided to re-enlist as Dalmascan Fusiliers. And the occupying Garleans actually said yes, Kupo. Not exactly. Now we're with the Resistance. You no doubt heard of the uprising in Dalmasca that followed the Doman liberation, and how it was crushed under the iron heel of the 4th Legion. The resistance leaders were captured, tortured, and publicly executed, yet much to the Empire's chagrin, the gruesome display only served to further rally the survivors. Remove one head, and 2 grow back in its place. Remove 2, and then there are 4. A person can die, but an ideal will live on. Now there exist several factions throughout Dalmasca. We belong to one known as Lentz Tears. And when we told our commanding officer of a recent crossing with you and yours, she simply insisted that we introduce you. Me? But I wasn't even supposed to be here, Kupo. Not you, Hairball. Her. Meet with the General and hear her proposal. If you are not interested, we shall return you to Gugane unharmed. You have a... Girl got your tongue. Ravenous, dead ahead, lads. I'm assuming this resistance leader we are going to be meeting is probably Viera, given the fact that we kind of need one of those to put in a good word so we can actually enter the jungle that we're going. This way. We've many moms to cover before nightfall. Guessed correctly. I've done as asked. I bring you the Liberator. And here I thought she'd be taller. I knew it! Avira! I am Fran, proud daughter of Dalamasca and General of Lent's Tears. And yes, Moogle, I am a Viera. Are you surprised? Why, yes, in fact I am. Her kind are all supposed to be living amongst the trees, having shunned contact with the outer world, Kupo. There are supposedly a few who have left their homes, but I most certainly did not expect to see one here in this sewer. Indeed. This Banga claims you seek Orban. Does he speak true? Those ruins lie deep in the Gulmore jungle, a place most sacred to my sisters. They would take great offense were you to defile it with your presence. What is more, Bwagi tells me you travel with Garleans, openly aiding those who would see our nation burn. How can we place our trust in one who would do such? My blade has tasted the blood of too many Garleans to count. And then you know the Empire and its people are one and the same. When you slay an Imperial soldier, you're not slaying an individual, you are slaying the enemy. Your companions, Liberator, are the enemy, despite their supposed change of heart. Yeah, I don't think that's how that works. We're really saying that, but that would just make, that would also imply that, like, civilians are, like, enemies, too. I don't like that line of thinking. You misunderstand. Kind Genomist does not approve of the Emperor's warmongering. He wants to help Dalamasca and its impoverished masses, Kupo. And what would a Moogle know about my people? Does your blood run Dalamascan red? We could cut you open and find out. General, there's no need for threats. You're right, Bwagi. Then let us then parley. Parley? Parley. First, the Resistance requires men and women from the Eorzean and Eastern Alliances to join us in ridding Dalamasca of its Imperial invaders. Your past deeds have made you well known to the leaders of both. They will listen to you, or if not, they will listen to the Scions to which you claim allegiance. Yeah, about that. All of the Scions are currently indisposed with something. I wish. You know, it would be so much easier if Alphino were here to actually, you know, do his diplomacy shit, but I'm not very good at that. Second, the resistance requires gold. Gold to strengthen our forces from within. Your allies are in bed with the East Aldernod Trading Company, which continues its dealings with Garlemald even as you raise your sword against them, profiting from the Empire's rampant aggression. As targets of that aggression, I believe my people are entitled to a portion of those profits. Grant me these simple things, and I shall personally guide you safely to the ruins of Orban. And what of the Lexan tales? See me to victory, and I'll take the Emperor himself. No, you can't. There's no way. Sorry, you're in way over your head. If I can struggle beating the shit out of Xenos, you don't stand a fucking chance. Promise me first, my companions will see no harm. I will promise you nothing, but if it helps you sleep, know that I have never cut down a man who did not take up arms against me and mine, be he Garlean or Eorzean. I'd say we have our work cut out for us, Kupo. Boggy, you and the Fusiliers are to accompany the Liberator. I expect a detailed report on how my demands are received. Yes, General. Not that I expect them to be taken seriously. You are a fool to trust them, Princess. Well, shit. Mont Blanc? Oh, there you are. What an adventure! Just think, by tomorrow, we could all be the newest members of the Dalamascan Resistance. Not that I'm ready to give up my place on the Prima Vista just yet. Nope, nope, not you. Hurry, hurry. If I don't tell someone of our adventure quick, I'll positively burst, Kupo. This woman asks much of us. The Viera have never been wary of outsiders. For centuries, their many tribes have remained hidden in the jungles, content with their self-imposed solitude. Each tribe has its own strict code and will meet swift punishment to any who would defy these laws. As such, many a Viera will spend her entire life bound to the territory of her ancestors, both unwilling and unable to venture beyond its borders. And while the tribes are wholly independent, they have agreed to uphold a single standard: shun all contact with the outside world unless it is to protect the jungle. That said, with every generation, there are those Viera who long for a life beyond the verdant sea of trees and abandon their tribes to start a new life in the kingdom's cities. My guess is that this Fran is one such individual, who also happens to be the only individual we know who can guide us to the monastery, Kupo. Seems her sword arm won't be enough to see us through this predicament. She'll need to don the right mantle of a diplomat if we're to convince the alliances and the East Aldernod Trading Company to grant us aid. What could go wrong? The question is it actually going to bring us back in time a little bit? where not all of the scions are currently disposed, or indisposed, you know, being elsewhere. Yes, I know you said not to call unless it was urgent, but this is urgent. Alright, not exactly, but my superiors have come to a decision on your request, and I thought you might hear what they had to say. Oh, and let me preempt any request for immediate disclosure with a reminder that the information is much too sensitive to discuss over Link Pearl. Meet me at the Ruby Bazaar post-haste, and I shall duly apprise you of their judgment. Well then, what are we waiting for? I don't think this is going to go well. There is no way the East Aldernod Trading Company is just going to hand over portions of their profits for for this quest. I've read about how you united the whole of Eorzea under a single standard and convinced the Holy See to end a 1,000-year conflict. Compared to that, asking for a few soldiers and a coffer or 3 of gil should be a piece of Rolandberry cake. I suppose we should inform Bwagi down at Kugane Landing of our progress. You mentioned he was to keep an eye on us. So you have an answer from the East Aldernod already. Impressive. It would seem the Lady Fran has underestimated your influence amongst the realm's players. I assume you have no objections of me joining you then. Well, let's see. Ruby Bazaar. No, fuck. I autopiloted. I should have double-checked the map. Let's see. Oh, yeah, of course, you're right fucking here. I just looked over a little bit more to the left. Hancock awaits us in the bazaar. Shall we? A lovely lady and a banga. And here was I expecting you to be alone. Ah, but excuse my manners. I am Hancock, representative of the East Aldernod Trading Company, assigned to oversee her assets here in Kugane. It is a pleasure to meet you. And now who we got coming in? Tataru and Higiri. Or Yugiri, not Higiri. And I am Yugiri. We apologize for making you come all this way. Not that it is far from the landing to... Bwagi, was it? I serve Lord Hien, rightful ruler of Doma. I have come bearing our nation's reply to your entreaty. And I am Tataru Taru, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am only here seeing as no one else could be bothered. Well, that, and to bear a message from the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance. Thank you both for coming. I am Bwagi, formerly of the Dalamascan Royal Fusiliers. I now claim allegiance to Lent's Tears, a resistance group seeking to accomplish what you have in Doma and Alamigo. What tidings have you brought us? Allow me to begin, then. While the East Aldernard Trading Company sympathizes with your plight, we're not in a position to grant you the funding we seek. I'm not really surprised. I'm not really surprised at all. As you are aware, the East Aldernard Trading Company prides itself in neutrality, be it in political matters, political or personal. And what of our relationships with the Eorzean Alliance? Ah, yes. What I meant to say was, here in Hingashi, the East Aldernard Trading Company prides itself in neutrality, which, be it in matters of political and, you must understand our position. Simply supplying coin to any one group would make it appear that we somehow favor that group over another. Seeing as we conduct business openly and fairly with everyone, doing such would be sending the wrong message and ultimately harm profits. Yes. And by selling to both sides, you maximize profits while good men and women perish. How convenient! We are a business, milady. We do what we must do to survive. That does not mean, however, we are blind to the needs of our customers and our allies, which is why we support the Eorzean Alliance and their noble efforts to safeguard their realm's freedom through a mutually beneficial arrangement. If it were my choice, I would provide your little resistance with all the funding it needs. But as my good friend knows well too well, it is not my choice. Well, now that Hancock's thoroughly lowered your spirits, you won't be as crestfallen when I have informed you that the Eorzean Alliance will also be unable to provide any assistance. And let me guess, you did everything in your power to try to convince the leaders of each city-state, only to watch as they politely declined our proposal, claiming an unfortunate lack of intelligence or resources. Wait, how did you... Lord Hien sends his greetings to you and yours. Having recently found strength through a newly formed alliance with our neighboring nations, Doma is open to further welcoming like-minded organizations. This includes our Dalamascan brothers and sisters still suffering under the imperial yoke. You're also going to let us down, aren't you? However, word has it that the latest attempt at reclaiming your kingdom ended in failure, resulting in the loss of countless lives, including many of the Resistance's leaders. You are not mistaken. Our army is not what it once was. Those remaining have been forced to take refuge deep beneath the streets of Rabanast. The 4th Legion has already defeated you once. Lacking unity and leadership, the current resistance will not survive another tilt against the Empire's disciplined ranks. If Doma is to join hands with Dalamasca as an ally, you must first prove to us that you will stand as one. Doma as a full-fledged ally would serve far better to strengthen our cause than a few temporary soldiers. Yet even if we were able to wrest Dalamasca from the Empire's grasp, without unity amongst your people, the resulting chaos would prove even more perilous to the kingdom. You understand much of our situation. And based on that understanding, you would refuse to your aid to Lent's Tears, am I correct? Do not mistake me. Lord Hien's refusal is but a message. A message to help you plan your next step. You have a wise master. He understands that without proper planning, driving one enemy from your midst simply creates room for the next. Lady Fran will no doubt be pleased to hear that your response was exactly what she expected. Oh, you were expecting this the whole time, huh? You knew this whole time that your demands would be rejected, yet you still let this farce play out? You have my apologies, but this was all necessary to prove an important point to our leader. Probably the fact that while we thought that it would be a fool's errand, we still had to try. We still were willing to go out of our way and try everything in our power. Lady Fran needed to show the princess just exactly what she was getting herself into, and your honesty today will serve us better than any hollow promise. Thank you. Wait, what about the Golmore jungle? Can you believe this? We're right back to where we started. Principal Genomus will not be pleased. I don't think so. I think it's going exactly how it needs to go. I think we're in a better situation than you think we are. Regardless of whether or not we managed to fill their request, doesn't really matter. All right. If it is as you say, it is most unfortunate. But I suppose we did everything in our power, and that is all one could ask. I still do not understand. Why would Lady Fran send the Warrior of Light on this wild Paisa chase if she knew from the start it would be for naught? Boggy mentioned something about Fran proving a point to their leader? Whomever that may be. People in positions of power can be prove both naive and stubborn creatures. Simply telling a leader she is wrong may not convince her of the fact. Seeing one's own plan fail, however, is oft the best medicine. Naive and stubborn? The resistance is doomed. If a person as imposing as Fran is taking orders from her, then the chances are this leader is even worse, Kupo. I would not be so certain, Mont Blanc. My guess is that the individual in question is still quite young and inexperienced, and that Lady Fran is trying to teach her a lesson to be an effective leader through example. By allowing her to make her own mistakes, Fran is granting her the ability to learn and grow from them, an experience that will ultimately benefit her when the time comes to make some truly difficult decisions. Now, I seem to recall reading that one of the many faces of the resistance before the recent quelling was a young girl of royal blood. Do you suppose... You may cease with your baseless presumptions, defector. The door was open. And you would be? I would be here on orders from the leader of Lent's Tears. Against my better judgment, mind you. Greetings, Lady Fran, I presume. I am Genomus Sen Lexentale, principal of the Majestic Theater Company. You and your colleagues are most welcome on the Prima Vista. What is it your leader would have of us? While you failed in meeting even a single of our demands, she recognizes that you were sincere in your attempts to see them fulfilled, and for that effort you are to be compensated. That is most generous. The ruins which you seek are hidden behind a waterfall here, a point roughly equidistant from the river's source and its delta. You have a thanks, Lady Fran. We will not forget this kindness. Father, I shall plot a course immediately. Ramza, what is going on here? Alma, you should be in bed. I've slept enough, brother. Tell me, who are our guests? It appears you once again prepare to leap into a danger's maw. Keep your wits about you. Lady Fran is strong, but then again, so was Bagamnon. If you'll excuse me. Are you mad? A trip to the surface in your condition? Listen to me, brother. The High Seraph beckons. She speaks to me through the Odious. The what? There's no need to worry. Makoto and I have already devised a plan. I can help clear our family name. The Charlayan has no say in this. I am your father, and I insist you remain here on the airship. What would your mother say if I allowed aught to befall you? Befall. Befall, not English tonight. Nah, I'm trying. Mother? What is... That's all... that is what all this is about, isn't it? What has it has always been about? You care not of Evilise or the Orin name. No, you only seek to use the Oricite to bring Mother back. But you haven't been able to do that. You still don't understand how exactly it is that the shards translates one desires to reality. That is where I can help. I can ask the High Seraph. It is she who created the Oricite. Ultima has bid me come to her place of imprisonment. If we free her, she will reveal unto us the secrets of her creations. Do you hear what you're saying, Alma? Even if there was the slightest chance of bringing Mother back, we cannot risk your life in doing so. Your brother is right. We have sacrificed too much already. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Either of you. No wonder you feel better. Hi. And who the fuck let her get her hands on that? The fuck is that voice? Do not be cazoned by your daughter's words, for they are not her own. I don't think that worked as intended. Gods forfend. I told you, no one can control the power within those shards. No one. Here, take this. It might be the only thing that can save Alma, but we must hurry to the monastery. Come. We leave for the Golmore jungle now. And by now, I mean as soon, like, once we unlock it, as soon as the queue pops, so in about, like, 10 minutes-ish. Have I your permission to depart? Every moment we tarry here, my sister, she... Of course. Then hold on, I've set engines to full speed. Welcome to the land of my people. It would be a poor lie if I said I did not miss it some. Home. Oh, hello. How did you get there? You good? Well, clearly not, but... Oh my god. Is he actually gonna do it? Well, I don't know what fucking whoever was possessing her's idea it was to fucking show her off again, but clearly that did not work out well for it. Oh, that's probably not good. Blood of the Invokers, fulfill the ancient covenant and grant unto me the vessel promised. Oh, bye, Ramza. What just... Unless it did that entirely intentionally so it could snatch Ramza instead. Do I need to play FF Tactics now in order to get any context? Boggy to me. The girl is not well. Might I suggest we continue this back at the Prima Vista, Kupo? Have you the courage to face true evil? What are you gawping at? The ship is this way! Kupo. Just one thing after another. It just doesn't stop. It's just chaos after chaos, huh? Now Ramza is gone. Oh, dears Tia, what have I done? What have I done? We need to do something, but what recourse is left to us? The only means we had of protecting ourselves could not even prevent my son from... I am sorry, Genomus. My design was flawed. Not necessarily, Charlene. We all saw how it succeeded in drawing Alma back from the rift and shattering the Odious. The loss of the boy is not yours to bear. Our focus here should not be on our failures, but what we have learned from them. The being beyond the rift, it spoke before claiming Ramza. It referred to you as the blood of its invokers. Could it be your ancestors are responsible for Ultima's summoning? Most certainly not. I have discovered no such inference anywhere in the Durai papers. Besides, tales of the High Seraph existed far before that, even the earliest Evalesian legends. Then who exactly did summon Ultima, and why does she think them your kin? Oh, the necklace. Look. I have a bad feeling about this. Oh, an echo vision. Alright. It's about damn time. Ramza? Dead? You lie about as well as you carry yourself in battle, Orin. I did not say he was dead, my Lord Delita. Merely that he had abandoned his mortal vessel, entrusting his ethereal soul to the Auracite. But why would he do such a thing? Peace has finally come to Ivalice. There is naught to be had from further sacrifice. The kingdom is won, and this victory is as much his as it is mine. He risked life and limb to shield me from the dark that would have seen me perish. Without him, I would not be standing here before you. It is my duty as both king and colleague to see him saved. Knights to me, we ride for Orban. My lord, wait. Ajoris Glabados, first of the Zodiac Braves, was not the hero the church would have you believe. He betrayed Mother Heidelin for the promise of coin and power, summoning forth a terrible evil from the depths of the celestial abyss. It was believed only one of the lands chosen, only a warrior of light, might stand against this threat. And yet while victorious in battle, Ramza was unable to see the darkness vanquished. If failure was all that awaited our warrior of light, then what chance do you presume any other might stand? Are you saying I should do nothing, then? No, my lord. Ramza is... my brother's final wish before he surrendered to the Ether was that his name be struck from the annals of history. Hi, real Alma. Or not real Alma, but, you know, past Evolucian Alma. Alma, you're unhurt. But I was led to believe that none but Orin returned from Orburn. What is this you speak of your brother's wishes? When it became apparent that we were left powerless to truly defeat the High Seraph, we chose the only path left to us, to do what Heidelin herself did countless centuries past, imprison Ultima. And as you are aware, my lord, prison is only as strong as the seal on its gates. Ramza sacrificed his body to ensure that the Angel of Blood would never again walk the land, and he believed that if people knew of the sacrifice, it would only inspire them to seek out the holy stones and repeat the mistakes of those who come before. If you truly avouch yourself his friend, then you will honor this, his final plea. No, Ramza shouldn't be forgotten. He should be raised up as a hero for his deeds and claim his rightful place at my side. Only he might be my knight gallant. He is gone, my lord. Before Ramza was your friend, before he was my brother, he was a warrior of light. He did what he did for Heidelin, and for those who would one day too heed the crystal's call. Claim the throne, my friend. Become ruler of Ivalice and restore peace to this war-torn realm once and for all. Ramza! Don't leave me, please, I beg of you! You will make a fine and just king, Talita. See you do not stray from that path. So let me guess. Now we have to do with the what he could not as a warrior of light, and that's to just fucking decimate Ultima. Fine with me. The stones in these two necklaces. Are you certain they will guide the heroes of a new era to Ramza? 'Tis what Ramza wished, my lord. Orin, I do not believe I can bear another farewell this day. Will you not reconsider my offer to remain as a member of my court? 'Tis but a matter of time before the Cardinal... Cardinal and his temple knights grow wise to my past. I would not have my presence here implicate you as well. Ramza beseeched me strike his name from history, but like you, my lord, I could not bear the thought of future generations blind to the truth. As such, I penned this chronicle of the hero's journeys. I fear the world, however, is not ready for the gospel contained within these pages, nor would the church ever allow its circulation. In fact, I believe they will confiscate every existing copy and lock them away in their library. And what better way for the words to remain forever preserved than in one of the most highly guarded vaults in all the realms? And then one day, when the church has fallen out of favor, the chronicle will be discovered and truth shall prevail. I must admit, your plan is intriguing, Orin. But once the church learns it was you who penned the chronicle, your life... Oh. I see. I see. I think. Not 100% confident. I have a guess. I'm slowly figuring things out of the timeline here. 'Twas the Echo, wasn't it? The removal of Ramza's name from the history books, the dry papers, and the pendants. It was all set into motion by Orin himself. And if the Liberator's visions are to be taken as fact, it also appears we now know what the High Seraph meant by blood of my invoker. She was not speaking of the ancestors in the sense of actual kin, but the line of those chosen by Hydaelyn to serve as her warriors of light. But then why abduct Ramza? Or even Alma? Unless there's something you haven't been telling us. She was using us to lure me? It is her vessel that the High Seraph desires. Matron's teats! Alma, how long have you been awake? I've been a fool. I told our leader that it did not matter if our request for aid was refused, for I had an alternative ploy. General. It is alright, Bwagi. My intention was to claim one of these aura sites in the name of the Resistance and use its power to lay waste to the Garlean occupants. Only now do I realize how flawed my ambitions were. You mean this whole time you were playing us for fools? Why didn't we see it earlier? Never trust a woman with ears longer than mine, I always say. You have every right to be angry, and I apologize for misleading you. But believe me, I no longer have any desire to deceive you and yours. I shall see you to Orban Monastery, and ask not in return, but that you let me join you in your rescue of Ramza. Do not misunderstand me. I do not do this for any one of you. I do it for my people in both Golmor and Rabernast. People who may die if this High Seraph is allowed to return to power. Oh, we're just getting straight to it, huh? Alright. Let's hope this queue doesn't take us that long, because I was kind of hoping I'd be finished up by 10:30, but I don't have anything going on tomorrow, luckily, so I'm just gonna keep going until we finish. I would really, really, really like to start Shadowbringers tomorrow. And I'm not going to put it off by doing one of these tomorrow. Still have no idea what I'm going to do in the meantime. Well, I could, I did technically start the Scholasticate quest. Even if I didn't technically pick it up, I started reading the dialogue. So I guess we could go do that. If the queue time is anything to be believed, we've got 18 minutes. Now, let me quickly check. I want to check one thing really quick. We know where that is. No, not that. Okay. Alright, let's see. Okay. I just wanted to check and make sure that that there wasn't much after this, and I was right. It seems there's a couple of gold quests after this, but the main story of this finishes up here. All I could see, I saw the Thancred haircut, the same color, the dark robes. I'm like, is that fucking La Brea with a paintbrush? Oh my god. I would like to not be locked into this teleport. Let me use the Aetherite? Okay, what the fuck is going on with that? Alright. Hopefully that's not a sign that I'm, like, losing connection or anything. I think the trickiest part about starting, I'm not too worried about learning Reaper. I should be able to do most of that on the fly. I've put a decent amount of time in up to level 60, so I'm really only missing the training from 60 to 70, but it doesn't look like I'm missing too much of it. The main thing that I'm worried about is trying to come up with a glamour before tomorrow, because I like to have a unique glamour for every job, and I don't have... And I do have one for Reaper, but I don't currently care for it that much. I've read most of this. Well,
Let's see, where is this?
Our lives are hard enough without some fresh-faced seminarian rubbing salt into our wounds. Will your precious words repay us for what we've lost? Will they bring back the dead? No, of course not. But as a pupil of the Scholasticate, I cannot forsake the teachings. If you give the book back, I am certain I can show you the proper passage to provide succor in your time of... How dare you? As if the lies in this book will keep us warm at night. Better to destroy it than to be destroyed by it. Sir, I absolutely cannot allow you to take that particular tome. Come back! Is he really gonna... Oh, no. You're an adventurer, aren't you? Please, will you help my friend get his tome back? We were on our way back to the Scholasticate when that man accosted us. It's become an unfortunate occurrence these days, but this is the first time someone's said so far to make off with one of our books. Theomosent may mean well, but I fear he will get caught up in a lot more trouble if they outnumber him. I'll go and get help. In the broom. Okay. Alright. Here we go. Well, what have we have here? Any idea on what to do with these two, Ben? Ben? Is that you? My goodness, what are the chances of meeting at a time like this? Please, I would appreciate if you would ask your friend to produce the tome he has taken from me. Well, Theomosent, it's been a while. Careful now. I was in the mood for some light reading, but if you or your friend so much as take a step, your precious tome goes up in smoke. Ah, the Parables of Saint Danavan. I know this title. It's the one we were read as children. I recall Father Choiseau gave you his own copy before you left the broom for your higher learning. Then you know how much it means to me. I made a promise to him to keep its lessons dear to my heart, and I kept it with me ever since. All the more reason to burn it. Scatter the ashes and your dreams along with them. What the fuck, dude? Like, what's your fucking problem? He taught us three the same. Why was I left to rot in this wretched place? Why not you or Lee? What made you two so bloody special? Put the book down, Ben, or I'll see you burned as well. Of all the people, you'd best watch yourselves. The world is changing, and we won't listen to your lies anymore. I'll make sure of that. Oh. Okay, that probably wasn't the best idea, but wow, that book really must mean a lot to you, that kid. Sacrilegious bastard. It's been badly charred. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you won't get much out of it now. Worry not, Lee. I have already committed the entire text to heart. I'm just happy it's been returned to me. Typical. Shouldn't let him off the hook so easily, you know. Or not that I pity him, I'd hand him over to the Inquisitors without a second thought. You came to help me, yes? Were it not for you, I'm certain they would have turned their hatreds towards me soon after. I wish I could pay you for your services, but I'm afraid I live on but a meager stipend, hardly enough for candles and ink. But if you would be so kind as to tell me your name? You know, warrior light, everything. I'm sincerely grateful for you and your protection. I may not have much in the way of coin, but if you are ever in need of spiritual enlightenment, then you need look no further than the cathedral. Halone's blessings be upon you. What does one do with a smoldering tome of parables? Will they struggle to abide the lessons of its now blackened words, or rise from its ashes? This answer I eagerly await. Yeah, still taking the time to get this queue going, huh? 9 minutes, almost 10, but at least we've got a tank, which is a good chunk of the battle. We're gonna go back up to the pillars. I could have taken the broom teleporter, but I honestly forgot it's there. Wait, when did this get 2 charges? Oh, level 74. Oh, I just got that after the Alliance raid. No fucking wonder I didn't notice that before. I mean, double teleport is nice, I will say that. You've returned, and not a moment too soon. The students seem less anxious, and business has already returned to normal. I presume you found who has been harassing them? Oh dear, not again. Where are the patrols when they are needed? They've been spread thin from what I hear. Fortunately, this lady was willing to lend a hand. I thank you for looking out for the well-beings of our pupils. I am Sister Gaitel of the St. Endalim's Scholasticate. Oh, and might I ask your... Oh dear, I know your face. You're the Warrior of Light, the one who had a hand in revealing the true history of the Holy See. By the... You mean to tell me that I've been tasking the Warrior of Light as my errand girl, and you accepted it with such grace? Halone herself could not have arranged such a curious encounter. On the contrary, I believe our meeting is the product of intervention most divine. If you would be so inclined, I would like to take you to meet the headmistress of our humble scholasticate. By your deeds was light shed on certain inconsistencies in Ishgard's history, and to a lesser extent the Church's teachings. Needless to say, the resulting controversy has strained the relationship between the people and the clergy. Can't say I'm surprised. The foundation of our great city-state rests upon the wisdom of the Incridian. Alas, the lowborn in particular have suffered greatly as a result of erroneous interpretations. Some have even begun to wonder at all if our percepts have thus been disordered or words. We of the Scholasticate are wont to reflect upon these revelations deeper than most. Although we live as scholars, we had grown complacent, accepting a single interpretation set forth by the Archbishop and his predecessors. Although we are openly reevaluating our teachings, our students continue to be targeted by those who feel they have been deceived. As you yourself had no doubt seen, there are those who would rather purge the city of all clergy regardless of their guilt. But with you on our side, surely those miscreants would think twice before harming our students. Pray, come and visit our halls. I'm certain the students would be put at ease to see you again as well. Ah, my boy, Briardine. I must take my leave and return to the cathedral. Mathy, I don't know how to fucking pronounce that. It has been a pleasure. I sincerely hope that you shall consider my offer to meet with the headmistress. Halone's blessings be upon you both. And I will wait until this queue fucking pops. I really don't care how long it takes. I'm really hoping it's sooner rather than later, mind you, but one way or the other. I'm sure I can find something else to do other than this quest line if needs comes pass. I doubt that it'll take as long as it might take me to complete this entire quest line, though. Sister Gaitel was hopeful you'd come and visit. She awaits you inside. Welcome to the Scholasticate. I appreciate you coming all this way, but I am afraid the headmistress is not here at the moment. She has taken leave to rest. Forgive me, but I must ask you to meet with her at another day. It is truly a pity, as I too was looking forward to her audience with you. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I'm Father Bruvganen, or Bruvagnan. I don't know how to put it. These fucking Ellison names, man. I don't know how to fucking pronounce that. Bruvagnan? Bravagnon? Ah, fuck me. I don't know. I've heard much about you from Sister Gatiel. In the headmistress's absence, I have been charged with tending to myriad administrative matters. While that would ordinarily constitute as simply waxing the seal to a pile of parchments, I have been forced to take a more hands-on approach. The deputy headmaster and I were just discussing a rather troubling event which occurred soon after our students' encounter in the broom, and we fear it may be connected. Are you familiar with the statue of Saint Valeriant? The one in the center of the forum? House Dismail's stonemasons have been working on chiseling a new head, and one of our students has been tasked with overseeing their work. Unfortunately, this student has since reported that the piece has vanished from the artisan's workshop. Given that it has little monetary value, Father Brufganen and I cannot help but wonder if... If the culprit bears a grudge towards the student, Briardine, Consulting Inspector, at your service. What brings you here of all places? Otto, tell me, you were the hero that the students have been mummering about? I cannot say I'm surprised. You are acquainted with my nephew? Yes, my uncle. You could say our paths have crossed. More than once. An idea occurs to me. She is an adventurer of exceptional skill in combat and deduction both. Pray, allow me to appoint her as my assistant, no, associate, in my work here at the Scholasticate. A prolonged association is like to raise more than a few eyebrows, if not invite criticism. While I understand your concern, I am willing to trust Briardine's judgment. She's shown nothing but compassion towards our students. At least permit her to accompany in ascertaining the piece's whereabouts. You may judge the value of our association afterwards. Very well, but no one is to speak of this to the headmistress. I will allow her to accompany you, but only for the duration of the investigation. And for the love of the Fury, be discreet. Excellent. Come. Our first course of action will be to question the student responsible for overseeing the statue's restoration. They all fucking do that, don't they? Oh, Theomosint. So you're the one in charge here. A pleasant surprise to see you once more. Praise be to Halone. So, you're asking after the statue piece. I made sure to lock the workshop door, so I don't understand how it could have been taken. But worry not, I take full responsibility and will personally see it returned. That won't be necessary. Inspector Briardine at your service. I'm told you were recently harassed by several ruffians in the Broom, and I suspect they may be responsible for the threat. What can you tell me about these men? Nothing, Inspector. I had never seen them before in my life. And besides, why would they want to steal the statue piece? It makes no sense. In any event, as I said, the responsibility is mine and mine alone. Now, if you would excuse me. Admirable sense of responsibility notwithstanding, he's clearly hiding something. I think we may find our answers in Foundation. While I make inquiries in the Broom, I ask that you keep an eye on the Forum. Many miscreants are wont to delight in their misdeeds, and this one might be drawn to the statue. Yeah, fuck. It's not. It's not looking good. Oh, it's not looking good for this queue. I think the first one we got lucky in and it popped before before the timer ran out. But this one, we're not gonna get nearly as lucky. Forgotten Night would be the smartest teleportation. But as I said, I'm willing to wait. Obviously, I can only wait for so long. It's not like I can stay up permanently, but... What are you doing here? But I assume that by my hard cutoff of like 12:30 that we'll have this queue by that point. How did you... I suppose I should be honest with you. I am certain the stolen piece is in that crate. I know you're helping the inspector, but please let me try to reason with Ben first. Ben, please return the statue piece and all shall be forgiven. You do understand the consequences of what you're doing. Defiling a saint's monument is a serious crime. When Father Choiseau read us stories at the orphanage, you loved the ones about Saint Valurant. Do you not wish to see the statue restored? Saint Valurant, an azure dragoon who drew the great worm away from Ishgard. For all we know, that too was a lie. The Holy See and its bloody highborn deceived us, Theo. They built their fortune on our backs. But you would willingly believe those lies if it meant a chance at a better life for yourself. I knew you were the one behind this. You've been following Theo and me ever since we met in the broom. Be careful. He's not going to give it up without a fight. Okay, we don't need to pull fucking knives, alright? Relax. Wait, all of you. I still believe Ben will do what's right. There you go again. Turning up your nose and spewing shite as if you're the one of them. Don't you see? I am doing what's right. I'm ridding us of these false heroes. Keep your bloody head in your library and lessons filled with lies. Believe them if you want. You're just as bad as the rest. He is right to be angry. I dreamt of teaching our people to walk in Halone's grace, but when the scripture itself has been called into question, how am I to find my own way? Whatever should I do? You gotta forge your own path, bud. You gotta walk into the future yourself. Find the truth and sing it out from the rooftops. My own path? You mean interpret the scripture on my own? A different approach to our faith, to be sure, but mayhap you have the right of it. Forgive me, Ben, but I've come too far to give up now. If Halone's teachings have been distorted by man's hand, then by man's hand must they be redeemed. That's all well and good, but we won't change Ishgard by standing around in the snow. At least Ben left us a statue piece. We'd best return it before the prized peacock starts squawking to the deputy headmaster. Will you come too? I'm sure he will appreciate your help in retrieving it. I can't tell if we got a third DPS or we were at 3 DPSs before and we've simply not moved. I don't know why I'm walking when I could teleport there. The cathedral. I see you've returned to us as well. Lee and Theo Mosent have just finished explaining to me what happened. I thank you for your help in resolving this matter swiftly. But there appears to be something missing. Pray tell, what became of the suspect? Surely these two wish to seek justice for the theft. Those two will tell you not, Inspector, for they are the culprits whom you seek. Wait, what? I'm sorry, what's your fucking problem, asshole? Allow me to shed some light on this troubling situation. As the son of House Dismail, it pained me to learn that our artisan's precious work had been spirited away. So I saw fit to conduct my own investigation. I followed Lee at a distance, only to find him and a friend consorting with the culprit. Camaraderie among orphans of the broom is to be expected, but to steal a saint's head so that they may retrieve it to prove their merit. And such desperation that they would desecrate a tome in this manner. You would expect a seminarian to treat any holy text with utmost care, even if they are but children's stories. Piss off, you priggish horse, son. She was there, she'll tell you all you're wrong. Enough! You will all conduct yourselves with decorum as befits seminarians. Lee, we will discuss penance for your foul language anon. Father Bruvganin, if I may, the next time the Scholasticate portions work with the sacred monuments, pray entrust the task to me. I am certain that artisans of my house would be at ease knowing their work was in cleaner, more dependable hands. And as for my ignoble peers, if the comprehension of advanced scripture is still beyond you such that you require a tattered tome of children's lessons, then allow me to procure for you a new copy with mine own coin. You need not thank me. Osta's Mile prides itself on the charity to the deprived. Wow, you are a fucking piece of shit, huh? My tome, if you would. Just how long are you planning to lie there? And you two are? You're completely hopeless. Thank you, Blasey. Okay, so we've traded out Hildebrand for a good old fucking good old fucking school story and characters. You've got the group of bullies. You've got the two main protagonists here. You've got the love interest, and you've got then you've got the more boisterous girl. Hey, it all comes together. Stereotypical plot, nonetheless. But I'm on board. It's different than what we normally do in this game, so I'm on board. God, this is what happens when you let him walk all over you. It'll be a miracle if we're not branded heretics by the end of this term. Lee, Theomos, and consider this. I didn't mean to skip that. Fuck. Something about a warning, shit. The insurmountable wall between the highborn and lowborn. I wonder, did our ancestors build it brick by brick, or was it fate which drove us apart? And where shall we go from here? This is odd, scenario. What is with the loading today? First it was the Aetheryte not fucking working, and now this cutscene has not fully ended yet. The easy thing would be... Oh, fuck. That's what I was exactly hoping not to happen. Shit! I waited in that queue for 30 minutes. Oh, God. Fuck! Are you kidding me? No! God damn it! Alright, okay. I can fix this. Also, why is it giving me controller commands? I don't have a controller plugged in. I can fix this. I can fix this. We quit the game. We quit. I log back in, and then we hope to God that it's kind to us and lets us log back in. Because I don't know what we're gonna... because I'm gonna have to call it otherwise. If I can't log into the game... Why does this game just want to make my life hell? I just want to finish this fucking series of quests. First it was the DDoSing that made the queue time fucking 40 minutes. And now the game booted me. Don't tell me there's more DDoSing going on. Okay. As long as it lets us log back in, we can restart the queue. Thank God. Alright, we're good. Now we just have to really hope that, that maybe I was having some connection issues and that the queue will be fast this time because the connection issues and all that. I have fingers crossed. Why is it that every fucking time I stream there's always fucking technical difficulties? It's like clockwork. Alright, immediate first thing we do is we go here and we immediately click that. And hope to God that it fucking works. Oh, I thought it wanted me to watch the cutscene again. Shit, I skipped that dialogue for no fucking reason. We'll just do this so we can restart the dialogue. I must apologize for the behavior of my students. They have been at each other's throats since the revelations came to light. As for your performance, you have surpassed my expectations, and I will allow you to assist Briar Dean in his work at the Scholasticate. Well done. If I may be so bold, Uncle, though I have but just arrived, and this is the only case you have had me investigate thus far, I would say that I found it rather a waste of my talents. While theft is indeed a serious matter, I cannot help but wonder if this was merely some pretense. Surely you have a more pressing problem. An astute observation. I expected nothing less. There is indeed another matter I should discuss with you and your newly appointed associate. Also, we already have a healer and a tank, so already this queue's going better. Maybe the crash was a blessing in disguise. I had better start from the beginning. It would not do to involve the Warrior of Light with our affairs without first ensuring that she possesses a proper understanding of how our seminary functions, and how we have been forced to change. You see, most men and women of the cloth go on to live fulfilling lives as pastors, academics, and poets. However, those who graduate from the Scholasticate with the highest marks are given an opportunity to serve in this vault and perhaps one day rise to prominence. The stakes are quite high for those who seek such prestige, for they know full well that their academic performance may determine their future. It is they who strive for the top 3 seats that are granted the Scholasticate's official endorsement, the Trinity. And so those who wish to guide Ishgard's faithful spend their days culminating marks through academic pursuits, while at the same time honing their skills to persuade others to share their interpretations of Scripture. Up until now, it resulted in no more than the occasional lively debate, for the Holy See was ultimately responsible for dictating doctrine. Ranking was naturally determined by one's familiarity with said doctrine. However, in light of recent events, that is no longer an option. Simply put, we cannot currently assess their academic performance in the traditional matter, as a significant portion of the curriculum has been called into question. As a result, we have been forced to consider more subjective methods. And in this time of fear and uncertainty, students are wont to lash out at their peers, whom they fear will exploit this interim system to their advantage. Distressing, I suppose, but what does it have to do with us? I require your unparalleled skills of observation and deduction. The only way to put an end to this bickering between students is to ensure beyond a shadow of a doubt that our interim evaluations are conducted in a fair and equitable manner. I ask you to stand as an observer. Until a new curriculum is decided, our evaluation system is vulnerable. In other words, you want us to catch the cheaters. Precisely. Now then, I've received word that the headmistress has returned to her office in the cathedral. I would ask that you introduce yourselves. But there is something you should keep in mind when speaking with Headmistress Elvian. She was appointed to a position by the former Archbishop, thus her views on the curriculum are quite traditional. I would advise you to discuss matters regarding the Holy See with utmost care. All right. Let's go meet the headmistress. Although Uncle said we should speak with care, we would be remiss in our duties if we refrain from asking difficult questions. I trust you agree. Headmistress Elvian, may I have the pleasure to introduce the individuals who shall be in charge of keeping order at the Scholasticate. This is Consulting Inspector Briar Dean and his associate, the Warrior of Light. Warrior of Light? I must say, Father Brughanen, your selections are rather appropriate. We thank you both for your service in our time of need. I trust that Father Brughanen has briefed you on our humble seminary. St. Andalam's Scholasticate has produced Ishgard's finest clergy for centuries, including countless men and women who have served in the highest echelons of the Holy See. All of whom were spared a brutal death on the battlefield in service to a misguided war they perpetrated. Or so might some be given to say. Indeed, some might, and they would not be entirely mistaken. For while we were wholly unaware of the deception perpetuated by the archbishops, we did unwittingly sustain it to our sorrow. The idea that we willingly subjected them to false precepts is, of course, preposterous, a contrived fantasy. Nonetheless, some fervently believe it true, and these selfsame individuals have come to view our instructors and students as targets for their misguided anger. It is of paramount importance that we restore faith in their teachings. Yet how are we to regain the trust of the common man when our own seminarians are embroiled in childish quarrels? You refer to this tension regarding the interim evaluation system. Quite frankly, it is but one facet. Classes have also been suspended until we complete our own painstaking review of the curriculum. Some students have taken leave, while the more dedicated have taken it upon themselves to conduct independent work to demonstrate their merits. We cannot allow this situation to continue indefinitely. Graduation is approaching, and we must make our recommendations. But the senior class is divided. They know not how they will be evaluated. Rather, they understand how they will be evaluated, but have no faith that our methods will produce a fair result. A concern not without merit, I must confess. I too suspect that some may be driven to manipulate the interim system to their advantage. I expect some have already tried, but that is why we have brought in outside observers. Inspector Briardine, Warrior of Light, if anyone is engaging in scrupulous behavior, I should have brought it to an end at once. May the Fury guide you in your task. Now then, before we proceed, might you tell us a little about your students, Father... My apologies, I am Father Saturnoi? Yeah, fuck, I don't know, man. Fucking fake French. I have trouble pronouncing French names as it is, let alone fake French. In addition to the teaching of fundamentals of Hellenic poetry, I also oversee fundraising for the stipends of underprivileged students. While I would like to help you, I think my opinion would not do them justice. I would suggest getting to know them yourselves. I feel the same. The way in which pupils speak in front of their instructors is not the same as amongst themselves. In my 10 years of counseling, they have minded their etiquette and are not but cordial to me. However, I can recommend one of my students who is quite vocal. Mayhap you could try speaking with the dormitory prefect, Archombaddon? Archomedon? Another fucking name that is impossible to just pronounce off fucking rep. Given his closeness to the students' social affairs, he may also be able to give you insight into what they talk about. Arco. I'm just gonna call him Arco for simplicity's sake. Ah, yes, the silver-haired boy. A son of House Dismail, as I recall. We shall heed your suggestion, Sister Gaitel, and given his duty and status. Ah yes, the fucking piece of shit. Has no one ever told you that brandishing weapons is frowned upon in the places of enlightenment? That is, unless Lee has sent you to stir up more trouble. Rest assured that my associate inspector draws her armaments only to resolve troublesome situations, not create them. We merely came to ask of your well-being and expectations of the future. Under the auspices of the headmistress, I'm sure. Very well, I, Le Brassois de Bonfort of House Bonfort, in service to House Dismail, present to you Arco de Dismail. Fucking hell. As prefects for the Scholastica dormitory, we are responsible for keeping the peace between our fellow seminarians. Correct me if I'm wrong, but are you not the foreigner who went to rather great lengths to expose the Archbishop's falsehoods, responsible for the reevaluation of the entire curriculum? Yeah, kind of my fault. Didn't mean to bring all this chaos, but, yeah, it is kind of my bad. Quite the resolution, that. And for what? Every great nation's history is marred by the sins of the past. Alamigo, Ulda, Limsa Lominsa? Please, Each was built on a foundation of lies and blood. Which is not to say we elite should not learn from these mistakes, but we who have served as shepherds of the people for 1,000 years have a duty to maintain order through the preservation of tradition. Would a Wainwright cast aside his father's best cart when it as but a broken wheel? Indeed, Arco and I have said as much to those who support a more radical approach. The last thing we need is young seminarians running about crying for reformation. I see. So you both have been quite active in convincing other students to see things your way. How have you fared? 'Tis hardly a daunting task. Many seek comfort in consistency. Sister Gattel has tasked us with bringing back the students who took leave. Why not let our results determine how persuasive we are? I thank you, gentlemen, for your cooperation and wish you the best of luck with your efforts. Now then, if these students are bringing back their truant peers, there must be others who are doing the same. Let us split up and seek out the participants. I still cannot believe the game fucking crashed in the middle of my queue, especially that far into said queue. Really killed my momentum. I really wasn't planning on staying up past 11:30. I'll tell everybody what. We will give this queue until 30 minutes, or until... Yeah, we'll give the queue until about 30 minutes. If I'm in total waiting an hour for this, I'll just queue up for it and we can finish up tomorrow. A new exotic flower graces us with her presence today. Well met, my dear. Wait a minute. Oh, I see what's fucking going on here. I'm not... That's not... And what am I? Chopped liver? Was looking at me until you showed up. Ah, I see. So you are helping Inspector Briardine. A pleasure to meet you. I am Cramvoy de Mantigny, but you may address me simply by my first name. So, what brings you to the Pillars? Could it be to observe how we go about convincing truant seminarians to return? Then by all means, let me show you how it's done. I must admit, I find many of the other students rather intimidating, but thanks to Cramavoy, I am considering returning to the Scholastica to resume my studies. We were just discussing the responsibility the Highborn have to redress the imbalance. Of the Fury's love will all men receive, and by the balance of her spear all shall be set free. So it is written in Volume 11 of the 72 Articles of Hellenic Poetry. Equal under her ever-watchful gaze. Ah, would that you have graced our halls with your presence once more, that I might favor you with mine own gaze. I fondly recall seeing your lovely face always buried in that tome. Crammy boy, you did notice. I thought to pen a lengthy treatise on it, but I could not make do once the volume vanished. Oh, so you helped Matthews by searching for the tome. With how relevant the content has become these days, I suppose it is not surprising it would go missing. In any event, you convinced me. I'll gather my things and return to the dormitory straight away. Yes, that is the way. One must seize the moment and act upon one's convictions. Life is but a fleeting, fragile thing. Wouldn't you agree, my dear? Well, I have done my part in guiding a little lamb back to the flock, and now to celebrate with a well-deserved nap. I bid you both farewell. That guy was a piece of work. Oh, hello. Lee and I were just about to visit our friends in the Foundation and try to convince them to return to their studies. It's been difficult since we aren't exactly held in high regard now. The dormitory prefects have made sure of that. We must do all in our power to motivate our friends to come back to the Scholasticate. We can then strive for high marks together. Right! And then we can convince our peers that we are just as worthy as any highborn in the clergy. They will welcome us with open arms and all will be well in Ishgard. If Arco and his cronies receive the Scholasticate's endorsement, no one will ever listen to us. We can't let them take the Trinity. I would rather not think of it that way, Lee. Let's just focus on bringing back as many people as we can. And that's how the Highborn are thinking about it. The more vocal we become, the more they see us as a threat. That's why we have to stick together. Something tells me I'm not getting lucky with this queue again. I almost wonder if it is just more DDoSing and just terrible timing on my part. I mean, we got that first queue basically immediate, like within the first 5 minutes. I'm going the wrong way. Right then, let's see how competitive these students truly are. It brings me joy to see so many of our brothers and sisters return to the Scholasticate. Sister Gattel, the floor is yours. Thank you, Arco. I will now announce how many of our stray sheep each student persuaded to come home. Both Theomosint and Lee were able to bring back one student each. Genchet guided two back into our arms. Arkboden and Lebrassier were each able to convince 3 students to return, the most of all. Excellent work, all of you. What about the student Kremevoy convinced to return? Oh, is this true? Are we missing someone from the Count? The girl you speak of has formally withdrawn from the Scholasticate. Apparently she was not all that enthusiastic about returning as she had led Kremevoy to believe. Mayhap she chose to play along so that he would cease his harassment. Perhaps it was for the best. She rarely engaged her fellow students, instead choosing to sit alone and read the articles of Hellenic poetry. Given the recent revelations, I suspect she became disillusioned with the faith. Strange you would say that, Lebrassier. When I last spoke with her, Ula was quite interested in volumes 11's equal under her ever-watchful gaze passage, one that you and your master would sooner pretend did not exist. If she were the victim of harassment, I would rather expect it was at your hands. Are you implying that we had something to do with it because we did not share her views? What rot. You dishonor yourself and your house with such baseless accusations. Rather you would, if aught remained of your house to dishonor. I yield, good sir, I yield. I lack the qualities the Honorable Lord Arco possesses which enable him to deliver such observations. Well, if Ula has withdrawn, then I must mourn her departure by walking through the dormitory halls reciting excerpts from Volume 11. And how do you intend to do that? Volume 11 of the Hellenic Articles of Hellenic Poetry have been missing for some time now. The tomes themselves are inconsequential if one has taken the words to heart. How fortunate we are that the wisdom of our forebears is not so easily forgotten. Would you not agree? Such impudence as befits a sixth son. For all his failings, his father was wise to send him away. At any rate, we are blessed that this handful of truants have returned to us. Truly, it is the Fury's will that we will overcome these trials and tribulations and move forward with a singular vision for the future. A student with keen interest in a controversial precept who withdraws without explanation. This seems rather odd to me as well. Mayhap it is worthy of our attention. Okay, we got 5 DPSs. We're looking closer and closer. It's taking a bit, but we're getting there. Were you present when Cramvoy spoke with Ula? So she was indeed enthusiastic about returning to the Scholasticate. Then why did she instead decide to withdraw? Cramvoy all but accused Arco of having a hand in it, as well as the disappearance of this Volume 11. Not more than slander spoken in anger, perhaps, but the situation does merit further investigation. We look forward to your results, Inspector. If I might have a word with you in private, pray meet with me near the plaza in front of Saint Ramon's Cathedral. See, that's the correct attitude of somebody who, that's the correct attitude for somebody who should probably be in the Trinity. Caring about the truth and bringing, you know, making things right in the end. That kind of thing. Assuming I read that line of dialogue correctly, I wasn't horribly misinterpreting what she had to say. Oh, there we go, baby. We're good. All right. Only took me a total of fucking 50 minutes of waiting, but we got there. All right. Thank God. I was really not looking forward to having to spend the first hour and a half of tomorrow's stream fucking finishing this. I want to jump it directly into Shadowbringers tomorrow. Fuck! Oh, please. Oh, thank fuck. Come on, don't fucking do this shit to me, man. I've been waiting for so long. Okay, okay. We can do it. Yes, there we go. Fucking finally. Jesus Christ. Less talky talk, more kill. Alright, we're in Alliance A. I'm assuming there's going to be more to do here. Alright, that wasn't too bad. Okay. Oh, here we go. Big arena time.
My name is Mustadio Bonanza. No cards feature me.
Okay, you're cool.
What's this?
Okay. Ow, I'm getting hit by that. I didn't notice the enemies on the side of the arena until way too late.
You shall promise. And promise won't save you from what comes next.
We are back unseen.
This is your final testament.
Whew, okay. Alright, I knew exactly what was going on that time. That was a pretty obvious mechanic.
My life nearly often.
Left.
We're just warming up.
Reapply damage, dude. Get damage buff. Ow! I got hit by it again.
What's next?
That should do that up in time to RE.
My roots in the casket.
I'm just gonna step to where everybody else is. Phew. All right. One back.
This my journey can, at long last, come to an end.
Pass. Pass.
The Beowulf youth guides your fate, but have you the faith to fulfill his legacy? To the current of life we succumb, its judgment swift and final, its bite as cold as steel.
I don't think I did that right. This Vaughn stack is going to suck. I just need to not get hit by any mechanics.
The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed! Seven shadows cast, seven fates foretold, because the instigators path like death, and death alone!
Alright, we lost the Vaughn stack. Good. Whew. Oh, I died. Tragic. It's alright, though.
The dreams
I'm
of
still
men
not
are fleeting,
entirely
yet they
sure
must
what
be
I was doing
embraced
there,
if they
but
are to
yeah,
flourish.
that's okay.
Have you the faith to do as much?
Wait a minute. No, I need to...
Oh, divine light, send us from our sins! Gaze deep into the light!
I really thought I was going to die there, but I didn't, so we take that.
They dwell on your transposed. Let their words echo in your empty soul. Ruination is come!
Oh, I see. I need to take the shield, apply the buff, and then stand in the zone, it looks like, I think. And no, I still gained a ball stack. Never mind. I genuinely don't know what I'm doing. It's fine, though. It's okay. She dies before we get a chance to take damage from those fallen stacks.
Where Avelia awaits.
Whoa, okay. This is different. Should have Shadow Walker for long enough. Good. Okay. That's one of the few times I've seen multi-person, like, stack lock markers, but that's cool. I'll take newer mechanics. It's not the first time.
Your coming was foretold, servant of Iblis. Or perhaps you serve another. I am Count Sidolphus Orlando, Your journey ends here.
Where are we going? No, it makes sense that it should be A, B, C.
The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed.
Ow.
I call out to the skies and tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder. To the current of life we succumb, its judgment swift and final, its bite as cold as steel. Open your eyes to the darkness and drown in its loveless embrace. The gods will not be watching. Misfortune hangs heavy on a head once held high. Such is poor cover for when the heavens fall. Come, show me more. Seven shadows cast, seven fates foretold. Yet at the end of the broken path lies death, and death alone. To live by the sword is to die by the sword. There is time enough for regret in the flames of hell. Cold is the blade that severs the villain's head. Endless is the path that leads
Okay, it's not me. R, E. That was close. I thought it. Come on. Whew. All right.
I am to the god of thunder. Now know why. Upon my holy blade, the very world lies in balance. And now the scales will tip. Come, show me more. A pitiless display.
Okay.
Were you expecting a modicum of rust? You will find my defenses quite impenetrable. not so easily granted. They who dwell aloft have spoken. Words echo in your empty soul. Ruination is come. Even the strongest of shields cannot defend the weakest of winds. A moment's hesitation beckons a lifetime of pain.
Oop, somebody died.
Find my defenses quite impenetrable.
That was only the third boss. There's more to do. Holy fuck. I mean, yeah, I know we have a named enemy Ultima coming, but jeez, man. Also, can I get anything that's like Ninja related, please? I would like some new digs.
Is it sanctum you seek, my wayward children? Or perhaps you are come in search of power?
It's a lot of work.
Which lies at your feet, that blessed bauble.
All right, what am I looking at here?
You need but when it's so. Now, take up your salvation and be gone. Mortal agency in matters divine shall not be suffered.
All right. Ultima the High Seraph. Let's fucking rock.
You shall rue the day you raised your eyes to the heavens. Kneel before me.
I did not expect there to be something that came up from behind me. It's just fucking good that I was just sticking onto that area. That's unfortunate. Although I could have probably teleported out of there now that I think about it, because oh no, I don't have 2 teleport charges yet. Nope, I'm getting hit. Ow.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I suffer.
Oh, that killed a lot of us.
Defiance.
Not getting hit by that again. We have lost a lot of us. We lost 2 alliances worth of healers. Holy fuck. It's really good our Alliance C healers know what they're fucking doing.
Of life before rise into the heavens in a cleansing conflagration of divine benevolence.
You just talk a lot of words.
Your sins, your souls are undone. You will not intervene.
Got it. Whew.
I am only gold.
Oh, damn. Really tore this place apart, didn't you?
Few can claim to have endured the might of my will. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I suffer. Kneel before me.
Okay.
Your very soul shall not escape my wrath. Kneel before me.
That was close. I saw that fucking beam whiz by my head. Jesus. Okay, do that. R. Damaged it up.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I suffer. To my will. Kneel before me.
Ooh, okay. Why does every fucking boss fight I fight get cooler and cooler than the last? Like, there's just so much shit going on right now.
I see in you.
Woohoo!
I am your mother. I am your maker. I am Evilise. Consign me unto darkness, and your light will be forever lost.
Fucking destroyed. I gotta give it to the healers. They were really trying. I'll need that. Need. Pass. Need. I didn't get shit. It's alright, though. To be fair, I think most of my inventory was full, so I couldn't get most of it anyway. Yeah. Ramza, you good, buddy? He's awake, Kupo. But is it truly him? Thank you. Thank you all for coming to my aid. You're still not all our Rams, are ya? Or maybe you are. I don't know. Can't tell. And you have my thanks, noble warrior of light. You achieved what I could not. And you, bearer of my blood and the blood of House Durai, thank you for seeing my final wish fulfilled. My sacrifice has finally been given meaning. Wow, there are a lot of you. Now, my friends, let us retire to Mother Heidelin's bosom, that we may finally rest. Farewell. You are the true heroes of this story. Delita, how I have missed you, old friend. Forgive me, Ramza. You deserve better than what history gave you. I could have done more. I am truly sorry. These countless centuries did I long for the day that we might once meet again. And now, that time has finally come. Heidelin beckons us both. Genomus. I am so sorry, Ramza. Alma. I convinced myself that my research was the most important thing in my life. All the while, you two were standing before me. Can you find it in your hearts to forgive your father? It's all right. We're still here, are we not? And we triumphed. We proved your theory true. Ivalice existed. Ramza existed, and Oren Durai was not a heretic, but a hero. Now, all that remains is to tell the world. No, my son. We needn't burden ourselves further. But, Father, we cannot allow our ancestors' name to remain... And we will not, yet simply not in the manner you think. I shall be adding the final act to the Zodiac Brave story, telling Ramza, the forgotten hero and his chronicler, Oren Durai, smote the Angel of Blood and saved Ivalice from an age of darkness, before quietly embarking on a final journey that would take them far beyond the horizon. And of course, I shall not leave out those nameless heroes who fought alongside Ramza, without whom the young noble would surely have perished. Is that truly what you want, Father? For the story to end? It will only end on the stage, my dear, and live on in the hearts of the crowd. King Delita and Orend envisioned the Virgo as a beacon which would lead future generations to the truth about the founding of their kingdom. They were right, and just as the pendants guided us, now we shall guide the masses through our play. And now you see, my son. I would offer you my thanks again, but thanks are not nearly enough to express my gratitude for all you have given us. Perhaps after I complete the Zodiac Brave story, I shall pen a tale about the legendary Warrior of Light and her adventures across the 3 great continents. Then you'll have your work cut out for you, my friend. She has enough battles under her belt to fill at least 3 tomes, if not 4. Would you stop doing that, Sid? And her tale is far from over, isn't it? Alright, this is our final dress rehearsal for the night. Make it count. Positions, everyone. Yes, Principal. Lights, music. There will be no more mistakes from you two, am I clear? Mother crystal clear, Kupo. They are going to perform the new final act. Begin. Wow, we're really watching this fucking stage play, huh? Yeah, a good ending. Not exactly the truth, but at least the story lives on. Bravo, bravo! You both were wonderful! I am inclined to agree with Lady Marilla's sentiments, but there is always room for improvement. Back to your positions, everyone, again from the top. Again? I've had enough of this. I was promised a starring role, Kupo. It's in my contract. Oh, hush, brother, before Genomus has us back to polishing boot buckles again. No, I can't help but think that this is slightly fitting. The end of the play being a journey which takes them far beyond reach, and that's exactly what we're doing in Shadowbringers. Meanwhile, in the clockwork city of Goog... What do we got? Oh, the Imperials. Well, sir, further research will be required to reach a positive conclusion, but preliminary tests show that the technology utilized here bears striking similarities to our own. Excellent. Let the Eorzeans play with their baubles. True power lies within these very walls. It appears our ancestors were as cunning as they were ruthless. A spy from within the troop. A weapon powerful enough to carve a gateway to the land's very core. His radiance will be eager to test this tortoise. Wouldn't you all agree? And where are you? You're outside of the landing. We'll finish up this quest. And actually, it kind of worked out, because I did say, like, my hard cutoff was essentially 12:30, and it's just about then. So it kind of worked out, even if the fact that the queue got canceled halfway through was a pain in the ass. Well, wasn't that an adventure? It's sad to think we must soon part ways, what with all we've been through these past few moons. Satisfied with the city's unwillingness to turn him over to the Garleans, Genomus has decided to purchase a permanent berth above Kugane for the Prima Vista. Supposedly, he has already received petitions from hundreds of Gecko and Ginnin to join the company. And then there is a matter of my assignment. You'll be delighted to learn that I am almost finished. What? How do you expect one to write an expose when off battling forces of evil from beyond the void? Don't you worry. No. A few more weeks and I'll have a draft. Alright, an outline. Until then, I'll stay here in Kugane a little while longer. At the Raven's expense, of course. Farewell. Oh, yeah, I can't carry more shit. Give me a second. Use. I really need to get rid of some of these duplicate items. I already have those. Give. And that is where we'll call it for the night. Now, we are calling it for the night, but technically it's today, later today, because it is technically past midnight. We are technically on the 2nd where I live. We will be back with this again tonight for Shadowbringers officially beginning. So look forward to that, because I know I am. I've been looking forward to starting this expansion, which is the one I have heard the most about, for like a month and a half now. So I'm really excited. But regardless, thanks everybody so much for watching. If you still are, I'll be back, as I said, later tonight with that, with Shadowbringers. We'll also be back on Friday for Pathfinder Stolen Fate session
19, session 20, one of those two, I don't remember. Maybe even 21, I forget. Bloodlord session 32 will be going live on YouTube exclusively on Sunday, 7:30 EST. But besides that, if you enjoyed and want to catch more of those future streams, you can go ahead and do so by hitting the buttons on your respective platforms. Follow the like and the bell, or follow on Twitch, the like, the bell, and the subscribe button on YouTube. Join the Discord for notifications for when we go live and to keep up to date on my weekly schedules and any updates to said schedules. But regardless, I hope everybody did enjoy and have a good night. Bye-bye.